Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, and we're live from Los Angeles to talk watches. There's just too much going on my mind today, so I do apologize if I'm a little distracted, but here we are. As you guys know, just to put it out there right away, um, our fundraising effort is going on still quite strong until October 12th. Every single super chat, super sticker, super thanks goes directly to that effort. I'm going to be making the donation live for the full amount of these supers, of these contributions, of your contributions, um, on a live stream right after October 12th. And to encourage you a little bit, to add a little bit of an incentive from my end, I will give away the last watch that I have from last year's collaboration between Rowing Blazers and Seiko 5, namely the blue dial piece. That's also my personal watch. Of course, this is an untouched, all new box, fully stickered version of it. As you guys know, these are pieces that are already sold out. But more important than that, it has a certain sentimental value for me because I love Jack Carlson, I love Eric Wind, the two people who came together to design this watch. I love Seiko. I have an example myself from this series, and I've already given away three of them. So it's part of our community, really, when you think about it. Between Corrado, Captain Sabi, and Nish, we have already three winners, and the fourth winner will join that group. And maybe we'll even have a little live stream where I will bring all these people together so we can talk a little bit about our passion for watches and specifically for these timepieces for this collaboration. I look forward to that already. With that being said, let's start talking watches. I'm going to pick it up with my most recent post on Instagram. I put on my comic book villain voice for this little short.
Who do they think they are?
This is Patek Philippe, of course, and their contribution for Only Watch 2023. Patek actually goes all out for these kinds of releases. This time around, where everyone else had sent in their complete timepieces, even though some were non-functional for the exhibitions, Patek Philippe merely shared a plaque with an engraved case back, but it's actually so well thought out and so fitting to the brand image of Patek Philippe. It's hard to even get riled up about it. It's hard to get uh, angry about it, even in a mock fashion, because this plaque actually has a very nice, very thoughtful dedication um, to Philipp Stern, who is currently the honorary president of the brand, who retired from active uh, duty, so to speak, in 2009, if I'm not mistaken, so that his son Thierry Stern could take over the daily business of actually running the brand as president. Now, this is, of course, going to be pièce unique. It is going to be a one of a kind timepiece, but it is also introducing a 30-piece limited edition by Patek Philippe to honor the 85th birthday of Philipp Stern, which is going to be on November 10. They are actually creating something from scratch. They have designed a movement from the ground up. They have come up with a new movement, which is going to be produced only for this 30-piece limited series, never to be used again. And it is chosen, or rather, Thierry Stern chose for this tribute to his father, Grand Complication, or Grand Complication, which is his father's favorite, which is so far not revealed. But my guess is it's going to be a chiming watch of some sort. It can be a very unique combination of a chiming watch with another signature Patek Philippe complication. Before I read the whole spiel, before I actually had the chance to talk to people for the global exhibition in Los Angeles, I was thinking that it could be perhaps something involving the annual calendar, because that was supposed to be one of the grand achievements of Philipp Stern's term at the brand. But of course, for Patek, the annual calendar is actually the opposite of a grand complication. It is a so-called useful or daily complication, rather than the kinds of complications that involve minute repeaters, that bring together perpetual calendars with other functionalities, all the way up to the Grandmaster chime, and of course other glorified selections of Patek Philippe timepieces that involve astronomical complications, such as the celestial. So this is as of yet to be announced. And I think if any brand could get away with something like this, right, where every other maker, where every other house actually submitted a watch, brought it to the exhibitions. I think they're now in Monaco presenting their watches. Patek simply sent in a case back, which is engraved on the inside with the words "À mon père," for the passion of horology, right? You know, to my father, 85 years for horological passion, or 85 years of horological passion, rather. À mon père, 85 ans de passion horlogère. And of course, the auctions, the day of the auction is November 5th. Big Scorpio's birthday is November 10. So it makes sense for them to defer it. It makes sense for them to delay the reveal up until the day of or the eve of the auction. November 5th, more or less, opens the birthday week for again the big Scorpio, Philip Stern. That'll be a great celebration for him. His 85th birthday, his 14th, 15th year in retirement, basically. He's still, in an important sense, the custodian of this brand. He was, as you guys know, among many other things, integral to the very foundation um, and the specific collections of the Patek Philippe Museum. So that's his brainchild. The Patek Philippe facilities in Plain-les-Ouates is his idea, a grand capital investment that wasn't so sure to have paid off. Nowadays, of course, everyone has their headquarters or manufacturer in Plain-les-Ouates, but Patek was first to kind of take a little bit of a step outside of Geneva to do something like that. And uh, of course, among many other things that we can say, the important celebrations of the 150th birthday of 150th anniversary of Patek's foundation in 1989, which for many constitutes the threshold for modern Patek Philippe. The Of course, the sports watch itself, right? That was the Nautilus, was actually uh, introduced in an important sense during uh, Philipp Stern's stewardship of the company. Though I think officially at the time, his father Ari Stern was still the president. Um, but more important than anything else, I guess, he is really the shepherd, really the custodian of the kind of heritage that Patek Philippe represents. And of course, this entire thing again only makes sense for Patek, which has, of course, a whole advertising campaign called Generations that they introduced in the 90s, which almost sidelined the timepieces themselves, almost relegated to the background the wristwatches, and put into sharp focus the lifestyle, the aspiration, and the kind of legacy that was passed on from one generation to another. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the campaign. I'm sure you're at least familiar with the slogan, right? You never really own a Patek Philippe. You never actually own a Patek Philippe. You just safeguard it for the next generation. And those first advertisements contained photographs, very much like this particular photograph, which actually did not feature the watches that were advertised. The focus was simply on the people, on the very stylish, clearly privileged, um, ostentatiously old money people, usually couples of father and son or daughter and mother, sharing an intimate moment. And the slogan was the caption, with the watch simply occupying the down right corner. Let me fish out one of those images without any of the watches on the wrist, so you get what I mean. Which, of course, ultimately ends up making sense. It's just like the picture presented here. And just like they literally got away with not even sending a watch for the exhibitions, such was the first generation of the campaign. Look, for example, here, the watch is the Neptune, the kind of forgotten alternative to the Nautilus. Which also came in a stunning bracelet version as well. Or here, where you have the 5065A, the ancestor to today's Aquanaut Jumbo, where once again, you don't even have the watch in the frame. Or the ladies Neptune, which has a version of that bracelet I was talking about, which once again, even on the halfway exposed wrists of this lady right here, does not make an appearance. This was the first generation of those advertisements, which later on, of course, did start featuring the watches, such as this Nautilus moon phase advertisement, for example, 5712. Which presumably features a young father and a son on a Caloriva boat, you imagine, on Lake Geneva. And of course, the famous slogan, you never actually own a Patek Philippe, you merely get on the wait list for the next generation. You merely look after it for the next generation. And their contribution to the Only Watch 2023 is so far featured in the same ethos. Hey guys, Van Lux, Al29, and Bruce G. Nice to see you all. Bruce G says, as AC3 says, a captain of industry watch. Yeah, that's a great way of putting that's a great way of putting Patek Philippe. That's a great way of describing Patek Philippe. Of course, things have changed a lot. Some might say for the better, and from a certain perspective, I might even agree. But of course, both the brand and its own aspirations have, I think, completely been transformed already. And I'll say, of course, Thierry Stern's leadership has something to do with it. Of course, as the Chinese Communist Party official has once famously said about the revolution, it is too early to tell. Thierry Stern has so much more to do, of course, and his legacy would probably be decided by a later generation, or perhaps by us too, but in a decade or two later. But for now, I think that's a great idea to honor Philipp Stern while he can still look back fondly about on the brand, at the brand that he built, that he modernized, especially after 1989, especially after the 150th anniversary of the brand. It is a good way to perhaps finally reconcile with that legacy as well, so that the brand can look forward in a different way. All right, so my idea was, and I've started doing this last time I was live, as you guys know, that was Saturday. Of course, we had our smoking cigars with friends on Sunday at Steel Buffalo. If you didn't check that out yet, I highly recommend it. I literally talked to Tarzan, Xavier Declis, the 21st Tarzan. It was a wonderful, if a little bit short of a conversation, but we had a lot of fun. Please check that out. But I'm gonna go back now to what I started doing on Saturday, namely previewing the live auction that is going to take place on October 7th at Sotheby's Hong Kong, Important Watches number 1. And of course, there are a number of usual suspects, so to speak, which we had fun looking at, but not really enough time. So today, hopefully, we'll be able to discuss a lot more. Lot 2127. What we have here is an early example of Octa Réserve de Marche. This is a self-winding piece, an early self-winding piece from around 2001 by F.P. Jaune. 5 days of power reserve, which is indicated on the dial. Off-center dial and subsidiary dial for the hours, minutes, and seconds, and an oversized date indicator that finds its place on the dial at about 10:30. Yellow gold dial with the off-center dial for the hours and minutes bolted onto it. And of course, the characteristically styled hands fashioned out of stainless steel and flame blued for a look that has today become almost immediately recognizable. That's crown, which sits almost flush on the right flank of the case with a knurled grip that resembles in its design very much a rope. This is a platinum piece. As you guys might know, because the surcharge, because the charge for the upgrade to platinum from the quote unquote standards pink gold model was so minimal, ironically, the platinum pieces from the early period are not so difficult to find. They were even preferred at the point of order, so to speak, at the point of retail. So it might be, of course, this is something that one could probably even officially confirm when it comes to certain models. Um, it could be the case that the pink gold versions of these early FP Journe watches, pre 2004 especially, uh, are possibly even more limited in number. Of course, then there are all sorts of other considerations when you think about rarity, because I'm pretty sure that the platinum ones with the matching bracelets are also incredibly rare, because that is usually something that you can only request at the time of the order, and that does come with a rather steep upcharge, so to speak. Of course, here 2127 coming from around 2001 has a brass movement that is rhodium plated and an off-center 22 carats pink gold rotor that has a beautiful barley corn style decoration. As you might also know, around 2004, FP Journe also instituted a production called the Ruthenium series, which had 100 examples in each model, with an additional series of a model that was only produced with this peculiar treatment, the Octa Jour-Nuit, the day and night. Those models not only heralded the coming of a new age, they also and they bid farewell to brass movements, but they also introduced the larger case sizes, 38 to 40 by and large, and their movements as well as the dials were ruthenium covered, which is of course a more of an anthracite gray shade than the silvery sheen compared to the silvery glimmer of the rhodium plating. Coming back to this model, the 2127, lot 2127. This is an FP Journe Octa Réserve de Marche, an early south-winding time and date piece in platinum by Jean in a 38 millimeter case and with a rhodium plated brass movement. The texture on these early dials is particularly beautiful. And this example has an estimated value that ranges from around 102,000 to an amount in excess of 200,000 in US dollars. The piece also came with a certificate of authenticity. Lot 2126 is a platinum centigraph. That is, of course, F.B. Jones' chronograph wristwatch that has displays for a 10-minute register, a 20 seconds counter, and another for 1/100th of a second. Unlike their early octa chronograph, which was a self-winding piece with flyback functionality and a timepiece that exhibited more of a classical, even a decidedly antiquated design. The Centigraphe Souverain is a quirky but very much modern wrist chronograph. At least the apocryphal story is that it was designed with motorsports in mind, where the germ of the idea emerged from François Paul Jean's exchanges with Jean Todt, the famous motorsports personality who was at the time the team chief of Scuderia Ferrari. As you can see, the movement here is a hand-wound movement. With the base plate and the bridge plates fashioned out of 18 karat pink gold, with the bridge plates finely decorated with Côte de Genève circulaire by circular Geneva waves or Geneva stripes. The dial has a railroad style track for the minutes, heat blued stainless steel hands for the hour and minutes, and 3 separate registers, as I mentioned. One at around 2 o'clock, which makes a revolution every 20 seconds. One at 6 o'clock, which is a 10-minute totalizer. And one at 10 o'clock, which shows with a which indicates the seconds with a precision of 1/100th of a second, and that's a flashing seconds hand that makes a revolution around that register once every second. And the quirkiness, which is a testament to that eerie blend of traditional and contemporary, here is not only indicated with the visual aesthetics of the watch, but also with a kind of unique application of the single button or monopusher chronograph, where you have this rocking slash sliding pusher between 2 and 3 o'clock, which serves to start, stop, and reset the chronograph function. RT. RT said centigraph is a timekeeping disaster. That's interesting. JB, welcome back. So nice to see you as always. RT says, are your Bills going to beat the Dolphins? And JB says, I doubt it, RT. They are on fire. They being the Dolphins, I guess. The Jets look unforgivable, but Allen has been playing since the opener. Hey, you guys may as well be speaking a foreign language, but good luck to you. With all due respect, I haven't understood anything from that conversation. I think they're talking about the men in tights, guys. So we were talking about lot 2126, which is an FP Jean Centigraph Souverain in platinum from around 2010. This particular example of the watch comes naked. So what you see is what you get from this lot. And it has an estimated value ranging roughly from 128,000 to an amount in excess of $250,000 in US dollars. At 2128, we're looking at an AP Royal Oak 5402 BA, which indicates yellow gold in terms of Audemars Piguet's abbreviations, already quite rare. With that execution, with its rendition in yellow gold, this particular example has a black dial that is diamond set at the factory for the hour markers, and the refined baton style hands, which usually go with these unique dial versions rather than the traditional set of Royal Oak hands of Gerard Janta's original design. Otherwise, of course, this is a jumbo through and through. But, well, I told you guys, a jumbo through and through with a time and date piece, a two-hander with a date window at 3 o'clock, built on the base of JLC 920, which to this day remains the thinnest self-winding watch movement with a full rotor as opposed to a micro rotor. Of course, it's much easier to produce a finer timepiece, a thinner timepiece, when you switch to that kind of architecture for a self-winding movement. A very early piece, as you can see, one of the first 500, number 456, caliber 2021. Comes with an archival extract, and it has a pre-auction estimate that ranges roughly from 77,000 to an amount in excess of 102,000 in US dollars. Lot 2029, lot number 2129, is a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar, 5970, the last of a dying breed, so to speak, in terms of a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar that was built still on the base of that Nouvelle Lemania chronograph movement, the famous CH27 or 2310, which was, of course, also the beating heart of the Moonwatch, famously, the Omega 321, among many, many others. This is an example with a classic yellow gold case and an opaline white dial. Of course, you can think of year 2009 as well as another threshold for Patek Philippe, because it was around this year when they switched to their own proprietary seal. Instead of abiding by the standards set for them by the Canton of Geneva. As you can see, this 5970J still has an hallmark of Geneva etched on its balance bridge. The movement is immediately recognizable by its architecture, a characteristic epsilon-shaped chronograph bridge for Patek, and the column wheel has a black polished cap as well. Otherwise, the gear train is eminently recognizable for the compact, but also refined workhorse of a movement, the Lemania CH27. Of course, this is a perpetual calendar chronograph, but you probably know that the perpetual calendar functions, the perpetual calendar quote unquote module, is on the dial side. So what you see through the exhibition caseback is still practically the chronograph base of the movement. This particular example comes with the original box and papers, including the product literature, the setting pin, and the additional case back, right? If you, in fact, need that extra heft, if you are not necessarily interested in the kind of spectacle or theater that is staged for you through the exhibition case back, you can just use that additional case back to add the extra weight to your watch. And that's the setting pin, of course. The yellow gold case is matched by a Patek Philippe 18 karat yellow gold déployant clasp that carries the Calatrava cross and the Patek Philippe presentation box right here with the certificate of origin that's appropriate for the watch. Lot 2129 has an estimated value from roughly 102,000 to an amount in excess of 153,000 in US dollars. We're looking today at Important Watches 1, which is a live auction that is going to take place on October 7th at Sotheby's Hong Kong. If you want me to take a closer look at any of the lots that I've skipped or any of the lots that I didn't get to yet, please feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat, and I will be more than happy to dive right in with significant horological and historical detail. And as you know, the first super chat, which is still to get through, gets a number, gets an entry into the watch giveaway raffle for the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers piece with the blue dial. And of course, the full amount of those super chats gets contributed, get donated to the UNICEF, earmarked for, designated for the children affected by the natural disasters, by the earthquake in Morocco, and by the floods in Libya. You're looking at lot 2130, which is an example of the first generation of hand-wound chronographs that Patek Philippe built on a chronograph caliber made in-house. This is the reference 5170. Here, the 5170G in white gold. Applied Breguet numerals and a pulsometer graduated for 15 pulsations, which makes this piece a doctor watch of sorts, doctor's watch of sorts. Applied Breguet numerals, of course, a classical look that is very much balanced, very much enhanced even by the two chronograph registers, slightly off center at 9 o'clock, the running seconds, and at 3 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer. As you can see, the architecture of the movement is wholly different to what you have seen, because this is the CH29 535 PS for petit secondes, for small seconds, namely that subsidiary dial at 9 o'clock. 5070, in contradistinction to this reference number, was the last generation of Lemania-based chronographs, whereas this one is powered by a movement that was made in-house. $40mm case, which is quite contemporary without going overboard. 5070 was incredibly 42mm, which was quite a remarkable thing, considering that it was a Patek Philippe watch introduced in 1998, but its predecessor reined things in somewhat and settled on 40mm, which to date remains, at least on paper, the ideal choice for many. And this particular example of the 5170G that comes with box and papers as well as some product literature has a pre-auction estimate of 25,500, roughly to an amount in excess of 51,000 US dollars. JB, thank you so much. That is number 11 for Jake Brooks. As you guys know, the more super chats, the more entries. This is 1999. From the watches shown, would you rather have the Jaune or the PP? I would much rather have the Jaune. Between the 5970 and Octa Réserve de Marche? That's tough. That's tough. I think I would still have the Jaune. If it were a 3970, it would be no conversation for me. I think it has a lot to do, though, and I want to make this clear that I love white metal. So between these two specific watches, between the platinum piece with the brass movement for the FP Jaune Octa Réserve de Marche and the 5970J, which is, again, one of the most stunning perpetual calendar chronographs, especially of a kind of neo-vintage / contemporary mold. I would lean towards the Jaune, one, because it's white metal, two, because of its more compact case size at 38mm, three, because of its relative rarity. Not that 5970s are a dime a dozen, but they're not that spectacularly rare in yellow gold. But if it were a 3970, I think I would most probably choose that. Like a 3970G, I think I wouldn't even think twice, to say nothing of 3970 EP, right? I think, that would be a clear choice for me because I like that even more classical proportions of the 39XX series, whether we are talking about the perpetual calendar 39 40 perpetual calendar pure and simple, or 3970, which is the perpetual calendar chronograph, or even the 5004, which is, of course, the perpetual calendar split seconds chronograph, which, of course, is the ultimate neo vintage grail, not only for me, but for many. At lot 2131, we are looking at a crowd pleaser, the successor of the 5170, the first generation of hand-wound Patek Philippe chronographs built on an in-house made movement, on an in-house caliber. In many ways, 5172 was even more liked. This is a model that still exists in the catalog, sharing its pride of place with a salmon dial version. This is one with a profound blue dial. Syringe hands replace the classic hands. Arabic numerals are less stylized and not in that Breguet fashion. And you have a tachymeter instead of a pulsometer for the chronograph scale presented on the perimeter of the dial. The case design is a little bit different and slightly larger. I believe 41 millimeters rather than 40. And you have these beautiful double-stepped lugs as part of the design. I also very much appreciate the pump pushers replacing the rectangular pushers of the 5170 as well. The movement remains the same, CH29 535 PS. This particular example, once again, comes with box papers and product literature, the instruction manual. And a good compromise, once again, between a classical, even vintage inspired aesthetics with the bicompax layout and the syringe hands, but also a sportier execution betrayed by the white metal case, pump pushers, the dark blue dial, the navy dial, and of course the original strap, which is navy with contrast stitching. The estimated value of this piece is ranging from an amount in excess of 38,000 all the way up to 64,000 in US dollars. Oh, you meant the Patek's perpetual calendar chronograph versus the Centigraph? No question, the Patek. So I said 21, 27, bigger than 21, 29, which is bigger than 21, 26. That's my pecking order, right? I would take between those three the 2127, the FP Jaune Octa Réserve de Marche with the brass movement first. In platinum, I would take the 2129, the second 5970J. It's an absolute classic, and it's again, it's very close, right? You change the metal even on this one, I think it might edge it for my personal taste, right? If this were a platinum version of the 5970, I wouldn't even think twice. I would choose that. Again, maybe a slight edge, but still. And the Centigraph for me is the last. Not because I have a particular animus towards the watch, like Artie seems to have, for example. Um, it's just not my favorite chronograph, not my favorite chronograph, even by the maker. I would much rather go for an Octa chronograph. Their automatic version, the earlier version that has a more antiquated look, kind of even inspired by old pocket watches, and with the added flyback functionality. There's something I really, really like about that watch. That would also make this conversation, make this choice quite difficult for me if it were the case. But we're not talking about the 3970. We're not talking about the octachronograph. So my choices are Octa Réserve de Marche, Platinum Brass Movement, 38 millimeter case, Patek Philippe 5970J, the last generation of Lemania-based Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar chronograph. And at the third place, the Centigraphe Sauvant. Those are my choices between those three. I hope that was value for money, my friend. Nah, I mean, look, red accents on a chronograph is, it's dime a dozen. You find it on every chronograph. I'm not sure if it makes the Centigraphe any special. I mean, we're not talking like Jean Todd's, personal Centigraphe with the Ferrari red dial that is like meticulously color matched with the sample that he himself sent to Geneva or something, right? We're not talking about weird examples. The standard version of the Centigraphe does absolutely nothing for me. Again, it's not even my favorite Jean chronograph. Speaking of watches that are otherwise absolute stunners and crowd pleasers and that don't do much for me, we're looking at lot 2132. This is the new reference for the Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo, the design originally given to Patek Philippe in 1976 by Gérald Janta, 4 years after the AP Royal Oak, and in the same year as the IWC Ingenieur. The Jumbo made a comeback after the previous reference was discontinued, exclusively in white golds. Very much in a similar way that it made a comeback with the 3811 some years back, which was replaced with the new Jumbo, which was replaced by 5711 on the 30th anniversary of the design. We can expect pretty much the same thing. I'm not sure if Patek will stick it out until the 50th anniversary to release a stainless steel version of the Jumbo. I'm guessing they will, but they might do it before. Who knows? But most certainly, much like they introduced or reintroduced the Jumbo in an exclusive white gold version, they have done the same after they ceased the production of the 5711. This particular model, even though the pictures don't necessarily testify to it, has of course the slightly updated dial, as you can see, which perhaps has an even more dramatically gradient dial, even as it preserves the broader aesthetics of its classic ribbed design. The piece has a new bracelet, which has a easily adjustable clasp, again, which can be minutely adjusted on the fly. $5811G, the white gold or gray gold version of the new Nautilus Jumbo. For now, the only version of the new reference, and here presented as lot 2132, as a full set and with a pre-auction estimate of 89,500 to an amount in excess of 127,800 in US dollars. Hey Ali, how are you doing, man?
Hello, hello.
Welcome back. How you been?
I'm not bad, man. How you doing?
Good, good. Nice to hear from you.
I had entered the back room and you started saying, speaking of things that don't do anything for me, I'm like, oh man, that was a low blow. I just got it.
What? Well, I mean, this should have been news to you. I'm not a big fan of the Nautilus.
Oh, I'm not either, actually. The Nautilus and the Aquanet. Patek in general does nothing for me.
Right.
I don't know what I'm not. Patek in general just nothing. But the Nautilus and the Aquanaut actually like better than the Nautilus. And dual time Nautilus, like there's some complicated Nautiluses that I admire quite a bit. But every time I look at the Nautilus case, I think of Ferengi from Star Trek. The shape of their head, just that's what I think about.
Yeah, being a soccer fan, I think of the Champions League trophy, which again it is a trophy. It's probably the most prestigious trophy in club football, but it's ugly. Like it's like a modernized Greek urn, and I like Greek urns, but it feels a little forced. But yeah, I very much like the Aquanaut better than the Nautilus, although that doesn't say much. I'm a huge fan of the 5740, the perpetual calendar, which is even thinner than the Jumbo. I do love that, and also well, I mean, a Patek perpetual calendar in that case, I think you would be a fool not to like something about it at least.
Well, I do separate. I think, like you, I separate out the packaging from the engineering because there are certain complications which I don't care how they're packaged. I admire them immensely. And I will say that Patek, the presentation on the dial face for the amount of real estate they have to work with, they do amazing stuff with the real estate they have to work with. The 5980, for example, I think is a superb use of dial space. Another good one, excuse me, another good one from them is the 5712. Fantastic use of dial space.
I think that's also, again, that's one of the best asymmetric dial watches ever made. And yes, I do prefer that to the 5711 or the jumbo in general.
Yeah, and as for me, it's actually the opposite for AP. For AP, I prefer the 300s on the Royal Oak than everything other than their perpetuals. Anything between the 300 and perpetual, I think AP's use of their dial space on the current lineup, like the old dual time has been discontinued, I think was excellent.
Yeah,
but yeah, Patek doesn't mess that up. But most of Patek's line just does nothing for me at all. And I don't trust the brand. I think I don't know if I've mentioned on your channel, but there's I call something Florida proofing, right? To be Florida proof, it has to survive inland humidity, right? So you have coastal humidity is fairly low, but inland humidity, like 25 miles to 50 miles in, is generally fairly high. And everybody, including my brother, who's a big Patek guy, who've had Pateks, end up sending them back for service and start seeing humidity flare-ups closer to crown way too early in the lifespan of the watch. So I have learned not to trust Patek. And I haven't seen that problem with VC. I've seen that problem with AP, not as much as with Patek, but I've seen the problem with AP, and I never see the problem with Rolex, which is not a surprise since Rolex's pedigree is over engineered for those conditions.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, even though I'm not as familiar with that kind of humidity, at least not in an extended fashion.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me for one reason or another.
The way I actually explain it to when I run into people is that if you've ever been in Louisiana or in Florida during high humidity season and you're walking out of a hotel into the humidity, the sudden condensation that just saturates your glasses, your watch, anything, right? It's that transitional condensation that causes problems for watches. And if the watch isn't properly sealed, you're going to end up with flare-ups of humidity right around the crown. That transition over and over again. And I've just seen it happen a lot with Patek. This dial is so pretty. The dial is so pretty.
Yeah, I always like this. I mean, again, there's the 3710, the so-called Comet, which has the power reserve indicator and which is pedantically recognized as the first complicated version of the Nautilus, but it's really the predecessor of this reference, if you ask me, the 3712, which has, of course, the pointer dates, the moon phase indicator, and the indicator of the power reserve. That really, I think, opens the age of complications for this case in Patek Philippe's catalog, if you ask me. And 5712 is more streamlined, but also the more ubiquitous version of the 3712, which gets discontinued after about a year of production. Actually, I love Maldives. One of our great community members and a consistent and very generous supporter of this channel has one in his collection, the 3712. Honestly, I mean, I wouldn't mind having one of these in my collection either.
Sure.
Again, I kind of, I'm charmed from the Reverso Grand Date to a Lange one to the 5712. I'm a fan of asymmetric dial pieces, and somehow it justifies the case shape for me. it's a great watch. The micro rotor, of course, everyone loves it. It's not a bad looking movement, honestly.
No, no, no. I mean, I again, the engineering of it, the aesthetic, the case doesn't work for me. The engineering of it is beautiful. I don't trust it, but I'm never going to scoff at these things. They are protect for a reason. Like it's not randomly assigned Trinity position.
And by the way, the you said your brother experienced some problems before service, especially with humidity ingress.
Yeah.
Did does his collection include the Nautiluses and Aquanauts as well, or is it more dressy on the more dressier side of the spectrum?
Uh, he's had two Nautiluses and one Calatrava. He has not been able to secure I forget which Aquanaut he wanted. He has not been able to secure the Aquanaut that he had wanted, so he hasn't had an Aquanaut yet. But he's had two Nautiluses, or he has two Nautiluses and he has one Calatrava.
And he has experienced the same problem with the Nautiluses as well, even though on
Both the
paper.
Nautiluses. He hasn't
Oh
experienced the
my
problem
God.
with the Calatrava, but he's experienced it with both the Nautiluses.
Oh wow, that is disappointing.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's not the only one. I mean, I've said a number of times that I'm a big fan of watch spotting at places like Topgolf or like Grand Cathedral Cigars, right? And people go to Topgolf to hang out without ever entering the golf bays and watch people, especially. It's like root beer central, to be honest with you. Like every third person in the lounge at Topgolf has a root beer on. But I've had a lot of people I've spoken to that have had similar problems with Patek specifically, and with AP a little bit less than Patek.
Hmm.
And just don't have the same problems with VCs or the Rolexes.
Hmm.
Either way, I mean, it's my feeling is I don't trust them. I also don't like what they did. I know they were trying to make a point with the Geneva seal and those type of things, but I don't agree with the way they approach that. But whatever, they've earned their stripes. So like, I admire the hell out of some of their watches, and I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna turn down a lot of. I mean, most of the watches. I'm not gonna turn them down if they, but I'm not gonna, put my money on the wait list for them either. And the brand you were talking about earlier, Jorn. I love a ton of Jorn watches, but they're not for me. I'm not gonna turn them down, but I'm not gonna like put my money on the wait list for them either.
Yeah. And why are they not for you exactly?
The aesthetics of Jorns are all a slight miss for me.
Hmm. There's not
I shouldn't
even
say
one
all.
that. Okay, which
I,
one is the one you actually like? A little
so
bit.
I like I like you were talking about the chronos, right? So I like the mono pusher Rapante, which you're gonna say properly. I won't say properly. Uh, and I like some of their elegantes.
Okay,
Um,
those, as it happens, they have become the new Jean hype watch. Apparently, the elegant pieces are the larger sizes, especially the 48s.
yeah,
They are the most requested watch after the Chronomètre Bleu, apparently. Um, it's it's fascinating, but yeah, Quartz watch is apparently the second hype watch by Jean.
that is actually kind of weird when you think about it, but yeah. Um, and context matters, right? From my perspective, the context that also comes with that is that it has to work for me, and I don't dress up in a lot of you know 3-piece or 4-piece suits. I don't dress up in a lot of long sleeve um, dress shirts often. I'm usually in polo shirts, or I'm in Tommy Bahama style camp shirts. Jorn doesn't make a lot of watches that look good in that configuration. You know what I mean? So that's also, that's on me. That's not a failure of Jorn. They just don't work for me. But I have no
Hmm.
qualms with Jorn the same way I do with Patek. Like I have no trust issues with Jorn.
And to be frank, again, the elegant is a unique concept. I mean, it's a thoughtful approach to quartz, um, and it's not only different for the sake of being different. I mean, it actually, that whole hibernation mode extends the battery life, um, and the service interval. So it's actually a utilitarian take rather than just an interesting trick up the sleeve. It's not just a gimmick. The design of the watch is pretty unique. The material, of course, is their kind of titanium alloy,
Mm.
ultra light with the rubber bands, luminescent dials. So it's a very different watch that does stand out in their catalog. So when you think about it, really, it's not that much of a surprise um, that it's somehow desired or aspired. Um, and if the Centigraph has the Ferrari heritage, this kind of has the McLaren heritage, because it turns out this is Karim Ojra's favorite piece. That the Ojra family, that is the founders of Tag, uh, Technique d'Avant-Garde, and are, I think, still part owners of McLaren, if I'm not mistaken, the Syrian Saudi family. Anyway, he wears one of these, of course, with an orange rubber strap.
Oh, that's properly fitting.
But yeah, so I'm sure that has
I think you
some.
said it earlier. The center graph's not like the center graph's a flat out miss as far as I'm concerned. I don't think I think you said it wasn't one of your favorites either.
One of my favorites.
It's not one of your favorites. The
No,
center graph.
yeah, I like their flyback uh, version that I think was produced only for a handful of years, maybe 5 years or something. This one, it kind of looks like an old school
Yeah,
uh,
that's that's oh
pocket watch chronograph kind of
yeah,
style.
yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, but these are, of course, it's crazy. Some of, especially the brass movement ones, but since they were only produced from '04 to '08, I think, roughly in that range, there are not many. In fact, I just saw a month ago or so that their own patrimony service was looking to purchase a handful of them, which I think testifies to the kind of demand that you have on what is already a hyped up and limited number watch. So I don't think I would ever own one of these. But if I were to choose one watch out of their entire catalog, from the early days to now, this would be my favorite. Of course, there are watches that are, more rare, more horologically interesting, but this somehow checks all the different boxes for me, and there's nothing else like it, in terms of the aesthetics. So I really, really like it. Libro Grande says Casio copied the elegant hibernation mode. More power to them if they actually replicated it successfully. I mean, because the elegant doesn't only fall asleep after about half an hour and wake up to the right time. It also has about 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 years of a service interval, which is, I think, quite exceptional for a quartz powered watch by a big maker, because most of the other ones are interested in actually, you know, shrinking that service interval so they can charge you more and more and more every time it comes back. So um, I like when a brand seemingly, quote unquote, works against its own interest in these kinds of things.
I think one of the weird things is that very few brands have figured out that it's in their best interest to actually keep the service interval as long as possible, because people don't the service interval is not well understood or presented
Mm.
when you pick up your luxury watches. It's not The manuals are massive in comparison to the product. Usually the whole tutorial you get is based on YouTube, right? Or
Yeah.
whoever you bought the watch from at best, about how to set the watch. Most people don't even learn the safe zone for changing the dates. So they have no idea there's a service interval. So from their perspective, when they've extended it, they've gone way beyond the service interval and it fails the first time, the watch is just broken, right? So from a reputational standpoint, it probably serves them better to make sure these watches have 8 to 15 year service intervals as close to that as possible, right? Um, but I don't know. That's my own
I
pedantic
was
opinion.
actually reading a Philip Stern interview from a few years ago, which is very unique because this was like a decade after he basically walked into retirement. The European watch magazine Europa Star conducted an interview with him, but there he was saying that at the time, and this is more, some 5 years ago almost now, um, Patek was servicing about 90,000 timepieces per year. Now that amount must have gone significantly into six digits, right? And that is, when you think about it, they have more watches that they service per year than the new watches they make. More
By
watches come back into the
Yeah,
manufacturer than the ones that leave the manufacturer. Um, so you can kind of see why certain brands might have an incentive if they are short-sighted, and if they are stuck in that moment, if they are looking for a quick buck, if the bottom line is their only concern. You can see how certain brands might trick themselves into thinking, yeah, let's make as much money as we can from service, because that's it's meat without bones, right? That's like pure profit for them. um, because quite honestly, we lament about the extinction of watchmakers and how it's so hard to train young watchmakers, etc. But that's only because legacy brands refuse to pay well these watchmakers, right? It's not like people don't want to be watchmakers. It's not like people think themselves better as than becoming watchmakers. It's that they are not paid all that well. So the margins on um, what these brands make for after sales service is perhaps percentage wise even more than what they make for selling one of their new watches. So
oh,
it's
almost
it's
certainly, yeah.
it's a tricky proposition, and I can see how short-sighted brands might fall into that trap and say, like, let's make as much money as we can while we have these customers.
If you're Patek, I understand it, because at the end of the day, like, the average Patek owner, regardless of if they send it in late for service or not, can afford the service. If you're AP, maybe the same thought process. But then there's another aspect to it, and I've only in the case of AP have I thought about this, because I really don't have enough data in the case of Patek. But if you have been on the wait list for anywhere from 18 months to 5 years for Royal Chrono, and that chrono fails within the first year, which it happens quite often, right? Doesn't matter if you're not paying for the service or not. You've lost your goddamn mind with anger,
Yeah.
right? And if you are paying for the service, depending on if the crown has fallen out or something like that, you've lost a customer for life.
Yeah, no amount of drinks in the AP house or strumming on John Mayer's guitar will bring that customer back.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you hear about the new AP house in Los Angeles at all?
I have, yes, yes.
Yeah, you know the concept at any rate, right? You know, they are slowly switching to this idea of basically, selling the luxury experience where, the timepieces are really secondary. It's all about the luxury experience and the exclusivity of it.
Hmm.
Um, and they just opened apparently an AP house in Los Angeles. Of course, me belonging to the great unwashed, I can't even enter their boutique. So I'm certainly not getting an invite to the AP house anytime soon. But it's a nice concept, and apparently they had an opening party that involved John Mayer himself presenting this one of a kind Paul Reed Smith guitar that was made to stay in this house.
I gotta make it to. I've got to make it to one of the AP houses in the next few months here.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have in the US at least they have two, right? One in the
That's
meat
yeah, New York
packing,
and LA. Yeah.
yeah, one in the meat packing district, New York, and one here in West Hollywood.
The one in the meatpacking is it looks really really nice from the outside. I mean, pictures of the inside look really really nice as well, but I have not made an appointment to try to go yet. If I go to Watch Time New York, which I'm booked to go, I may try to get an appointment to go up there as well.
You should. You should, I think. I mean, you if you are going to watch time New York, you can set aside an hour or two. And it would be
Yeah,
nice
no,
too because you can take, one or two of the guys who are going to be there with you as well, maybe.
yeah, exactly. Like so, I do want to get to one of these. Although the other aspect of it is every passing month, I get more and more angry with AP.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, exactly. So, in any case,
you don't want to push it too much.
no, not at the moment. I think I burn enough bridges on a regular basis. I don't think I want to burn that one at the moment.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. But I do understand why, you know, um, why that is. And honestly, that's the thing. Um, at that segment, at your segment, you are really spoiled for choice. That's why, you lose someone like me, you lose me to the secondary market, right? I will probably still end up getting, a 15202 or, some other kind of, you know, neo vintage Royal Oak and move along. Whereas they will lose someone like you to the Romain Gauthiers, Kronefelds, and Rebel Forces of this world, and that's much worse, right? Because there's probably no way back from there.
Yeah, and that's part of the consideration right now is that every passing month of the wait, I'm closer and closer to having exactly Roman Gauthier and Gronefeld there, right? And Grubel has been one of the brands I've considered, and Grubel I don't think I have to wait long. There may be literally no wait if I just want to walk in and get one. That's a really bad position for AP to be in. Really bad position for AP to be in. And they've announced that by 2025 or sometime in 2025 they're going to up production from roughly 50,000 watches to 57,000 watches a year. I'm
Mhm.
sorry, that's laughable.
Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, they
Again,
should have announced it. They shouldn't have announced it because if they had done it quietly and then at the end of the year said we delivered 57,000 watches, I think it would have been perfectly well received. The fact that they announced it as some sort of accomplishment to look forward to sometime in 2025 or 2026 was just bad optics. Like they don't understand how people feel.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's again, some people use that occasion as a way of making fun of the brand, but something clicked in my mind when I started thinking a little carefully, and I was kind of talking about this with a friend as well. There has been a whole, almost a wholesale uh, passing of the torch at the executive level, and the people who came in, right, like the new CEO, like the America's CEO, and that's not a minor position in AP, considering how Benamias himself, was responsible for the United States and then became the CEO about a decade ago. Um, Jeannie Wright, who is the America's CEO, right? You know where she comes from at
I do
all?
not
Have
know.
you heard about her last position was in Kiehl's. So she comes from skincare.
Skincare.
Yes. And
Hmm.
again, like, I'm not saying this to poke fun at the brand, because suddenly everything started falling together for me. The news for the new AP house, and the fact that they have 15 of these now. Ilaria Resta's pending appointment. Well, I mean, she's already part of the brand, but she's going to
Well, now it
start.
makes a little more sense about her pedigree as well, which was confusing to me.
Right. She's going to take over in 2024, and she comes from luxury fragrance. Um, now you have AP houses, which are like, lofts and more like luxury residential experiences, and clubhouses more than, watch boutiques. Um, I was thinking, these people are experts. The new people who are brought in are experts in marketing. And if they could sell things like fragrance, things like skincare, which are absolute snake oil industries, uh, incredibly ethereal. I mean, fragrance is the definition of shit you buy that vanishes into thin air. If they succeeded, if they made careers selling that stuff, now they're cooking with rice. So they will do actually a really good job. I have no doubt that Ilaria Resta and Jeannie Wright will succeed. The brand might not develop in the way that we got accustomed to, that we came to love, uh, but considering that they have such a great story to sell and such good raw material to work with, I can only imagine how much more successful they can be in terms of sheer numbers. Um, they
Yeah, but the problem
they're
with the
going to be
sheer
great,
numbers, but the problem with the sheer numbers argument is that they're selling everything, including all their codes,
right?
because they don't produce any sheer numbers. Like, so they're not having a problem with the sheer numbers. The question is, what are they going to do to change the perception of the codes or the brand in general? And that's where I don't have an answer. I don't understand what they're going to do with that, with their pedigree. Because it's going to be it's non-trivial for them to say we're not going to do the code, or we're going to limit the code, and we're going to bring the millinery back or something else. Like,
Mm.
that transition takes a really long time. So what are they going to do? Because ultimately they're going to produce 50 to 57,000 watches. Every one of them's going to sell no matter what. That's not the problem. So the problem is, are they going to? And they don't want to go back to being full-time Roy Loke company, right? So what are they going to do?
Again, that almost, Ali, I would love to talk about that, but that almost doesn't matter, right? Because again, I'm looking at the pictures that was taken, for GQ. and then Rub Report. Do you see any watches? The only watch I saw was the turquoise dial on John Mayer's wrist. That's it. There are like these photographs that are given to Rub Report. I'm sure they made a whole selection and sent it to them. This is the only watch I see in all those photos.
Yeah. So, but I no, I agree with
No watch.
I agree that it doesn't matter. I agree that it doesn't matter. My problem with it is then why get these people with that specific pedigree? Why was the search so prolonged if it didn't matter?
No, I mean the watches don't matter. It's not that the people's marketing pedigree doesn't matter, but the watch. I mean, I don't want to say the watches don't matter, but the watches are not front and center anymore. It's really about selling the luxury experience and the exclusivity at this point. It's really nothing much more than that, and it is unfortunate, but I don't think the brand strategy at this point rests on how can we invent, what can we design next, what can we add to the line that will complement.
So, do you think
the
ultimately
Royal Oak.
the AP houses are going to be a gateway into the luxury hotel business that they started? Because that's the only way they're going to derive revenue from it.
That's possible, until it got canceled at the last minute. They were opening this LVMH. LVMH just got the shaft actually when they were about to open 2 different hotels in the Southern California area and more or less in Los Angeles. They got slapped both for their Rodeo Drive development and another development, I think that was in, I want to say, Laurel Canyon. They were building a Bulgari hotel. So that doesn't seem so far-fetched to me, but I'm thinking more like that they are just going to use it as clubhouse, event space, exclusive experiences for an inner circle of people who buy perhaps more watches, and that inner circle might expand just a little bit, but it's really about selling more or less the same number of watches or a little more, but at more earth-shatteringly high sticker prices. I think that's about it. I mean, they don't have to add hotels to it, though they can, I'm sure. Why not? That can be the next frontier, except it seems Southern California doesn't. The residents and politicians, at least, don't really want more hotels. That's what LVMH very painfully found out.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Never mind. I'm not getting into California politics. Never mind.
Please do.
No. I'm stopping there. I feel genuinely bad for the people of California.
Honestly, I didn't. Especially with the Bulgari hotel development, that got stopped when it was about to be ratified in Benedict Canyon. That's where it was apparently. That was I thought that was something really sinister. Actually, something went on there that was purely political more than any specific consideration of natural preservation or the citizens' well-being. It was something much more sinister and political machination involved than that, most certainly. I think with the Rodeo Drive development, what was that hotel? I think it was Cheval Blanc. That's what it was. I think that was just sheer hubris. They really thought they could just sneak it through. Um, and the funny thing is, most of the people who would support such a development basically didn't even know that there was going to be basically a vote taken on it until like maybe 1 or 2 days to go. Whereas people who were militating against it, organizing against it, were the ones who called the vote. So, like LVMH really thought that, people will just bow down to their, you know, grandiose presence on Rodeo Drive, which they already rule, right? It was,
I
with
think,
all
well,
due
the thing is, they
respect,
think that.
with with all due respect to the Arnault family, I think they just were a victim of their own vanity in that particular. Like, I mean, they really thought that people will bend over backwards for them, whereas there were people who were against them. So they should have campaigned to actually make that hotel. I knew of the project on, with 2 days to go to vote. So, you know, how am I going to support it?
I don't know. So, from my perspective, there's no way that they didn't know exactly what their odds were, and they weren't already talking to the right people, politicians, and they weren't greasing the right pockets.
Mm.
And from my, there's just no way, because they hired consultants for that. It's not even about the family. It's not about hubris of the family. It's that, as you said, something far more politically sinister is going on in the case of LVMH as well. And anything that currently goes is going to contribute to anything about improving the current state of California's economy, or what people will call gentrification, or any number of other things. Like the whole state has turned its attention to I don't know, man. I'm trying to be very careful because I still have
You, you don't have to be, man. I mean, one, we don't have to agree, but even then we're on the same page, I think. on
no, it's
on
not you and
on the
I. It's that I still have like my former business interests that
Okay.
I've semi-retired from are in the state, and the state has not been particularly like helpful or kind um
Okay,
in
then
even helping us preserve jobs. It's been like a nightmare. It's like, you do understand, like, you're employing X number of people, and you basically just want us not to. Like, it's just, the state is just, I don't think it looks out for its people at all anymore.
yeah, it's I mean, again, I think that's, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna say, and look, I look at politics that way too because I take it seriously, but I think in our time politics is not about taking care of the people. It's not practice that's conducted for the well-being of the citizens. It's not for the commonwealth. Certainly, that's not the main concern of politicians. I
No,
wish it
we
were,
agree on that.
and I'm my principles and my gut, my bones dictate that it should be that. But I think we have been superseded, we have been overtaken. I don't know how to even explain it, but I think that sort of old school liberal mindset has been completely sidelined in politics.
No, we agree on that, probably, but for different reasons. I don't believe that governments at all are looking out globally for their people. But I would argue that there are certain governments that are looking out for the corporate interests, and the corporate interests then, in a competitive environment, do enough to make sure that their people and the economy are in not unreasonable shape. Not all corporate interests, but
Mhm.
smart corporate interests, let's say. I think that California is working against both their people and corporate interests to the point where there's nothing left, right? And that bothers me, given I mean, I don't, by any objective measure, whether I like the state or not, um, a massive percentage of the global intellect, not just intellect of the United States, is in the bloody state, and it's just not. It's not. It's not a good environment for them. I don't know. Again, like I have too many things mixed up in that bloody state right now. Still, not a huge fan of them. But so, what was the topic? Watches, watches. Is that what this channel is about? Watches. There we go. I
Yeah,
see watches.
something like that. Something like that. It's about timepieces. Um, but yeah, what's been going on? Apparently, something we can agree on is we are not a big fan of the thrifty fathoms for the Blancpain Swatch
Oh my god! I think
project.
I was talking with a YouTube celebrity privately,
Uh-huh.
and I said and I've said something similar on air, but my biggest concern is flat out that Swatch Group has seeded the luxury market, period, and that's bad for the overall market because they obviously have Omega in their portfolio, right?
And Breguet.
And Breguet and Harry Winston and Jacques Rowe, right? So they have some brands that have proper luxury pedigree that they've just given up on. So I wish they would sell, and I actually suggested LVMH. I actually in one of those conversations I said I just wish they would sell Breguet and Omega and Harry Winston and Jacques Rose to LVMH and just admit that they are no longer in the luxury market at all. That's just not their interest because they're going to make money. It's not about not making money because people like this is brilliant. It's going to introduce people. Oh, that's the dumbest thing I've heard because there's no entry level Blancpain watch. With Omega, you introduce people to Omega. You can get quartz Omega entry levels new for $2,300. There's a possibility you can get one, right? And also, Omega's available everywhere. When was the last time you saw Blancpain in a boutique outside of like 2 cities in the US, maybe 3? It's no longer, you can't find them in Orlando or Tampa. You can find them in one place left in Miami. They've been pulled out of the Atlanta boutique that they were in, although I've heard there's another Atlanta boutique they're in now. They're no longer in the old DC area boutiques I could go to in like Crystal City. So then that leaves like New York, Las Vegas, Beverly Hills, maybe San Francisco.
Actually, there's no Blanc. Are we talking about Breguet or Blancpain? Sorry.
Blancpain.
There's no Blancpain boutique in Beverly Hills. They
Oh, well, there's
have
only 2. I mean, ADs that carry them. I think there's only 2 bloody boutiques in the States, period.
Yeah, there's
But even,
Watch Time carries it. I mean, they have a section of it and a decent selection, I have to say. But yes, the Vegas boutique is the only one I know. And maybe where did you say the other one was? New York?
New York and I think Beverly Hills.
Yeah, I mean,
They have an
again,
AD
there's
in
no
Beverly
boutique in
Hills.
Beverly Hills. Yeah.
So either way, it's like you're not gonna find them even if somebody decides suddenly they're gonna spend $15,000. Then just to make it clear that Swatch doesn't actually give a damn about us. A week and a half later, they release a $37,000 bronze gold piece of nonsense.
It
Right.
was. I mean, you know what I thought about it as well. It was just mind blowing to me because just the idea that they would so cluelessly, first of all, release something that's about ocean preservation and sustainability, but it's a mechanical watch that cannot be serviced, and that's made in plastic. So it kind of militates against their own marketing shtick to begin with, right? Which is about saving the oceans. How are you going to save oceans by producing plastic watches? It also militates, of course, against the philosophy of a mechanical watch, which is about really outlasting generations, right? About transcending the limited span of a single human life. That's the whole attraction of the piece. So essentially any mechanical watch has to be an heirloom piece. We can get into the nitty gritty of it, and you might think of all sorts of different scenarios where this might or might not apply. But by definition, any mechanical watch is an heirloom piece because it can be serviced for generations and kept in working condition.
Except exactly the movement that they put in this bloody watch.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, the biggest defense I heard is, well, they can replace it. That- that's the biggest defense they have for
Yeah,
System
that's what
51.
people keep saying, is that the System 51 don't just replace it. It's like, that's, you completely are missing the damn point.
And
Like,
it's
at
not
that
about,
point, it's a gumball machine watch, quite literally. At that point,
yeah, I mean, it's also, what does that mean? I mean, that you can replace it's and and I remember, I mean, OC was on the panel just last Saturday out of nowhere. They decided to come, um, OC and Diego, and OC was saying, "Yeah, I understand that.
okay, that OC, okay.
Yeah, I understand that it kind of takes the romanticism away. I mean, we didn't really have the time for an extended conversation, but it's not even about the romanticism of it. It's like, if by that token, since the case dimensions are the same, why not slap a mechanical movement into a moon swatch? That works. I mean, let's just do, let's just mix and match.
Oh no, it's going to
But
happen though. They're gonna do that now.
it has a friend of mine on Instagram was posting, and he was doing it proudly. Um, a share from a Facebook group that he directs, where um, a whiz slapped in the quartz movement and the moon swatch dial into a stainless steel Omega Speedmaster case. And I said, I hope you kicked the guy out of the group. And he was laughing. I wasn't really joking, but anyway, it's and also, I find the whole democratization aspect when it comes to this extremely dishonest as well, because, you know I mean, have they heard about this Japanese brand called Seiko that's been democratizing watches, and especially dive watches, since late 60s? How is that? Like, did I really need a Blancpain Swatch collaboration for an affordable diver? There's no Citizen, there's no Seiko. Um, but beyond that, right? The funny thing is, the Moon Swatch hype and the Blancpain, Thrifty Fathoms hype, caught up exactly with the same group who follows hype watches anyways. Exactly the same group who has, all kinds of six-figure watches in their collection. It's not like it's an illusion to say that these are everyman watches. It's people who actually care and obsess about these watches are the same people who obsess about any other hype watch at any other level. Others have already chucked it to their drawer. That's it. I don't care about the million or 2 million watches sold, if you believe the numbers, of course. I want to ask for a recount, Ali,
Yeah, there
for
we
the
go.
number of moon swatches sold.
I'm in the right state to ask for the recount.
Exactly.
The I don't actually doubt, based on what I'm seeing, that they've sold that many. Uh, I actually don't doubt when they say that it brought new people into the boutiques, and sold Omegas, because there is a Omegas can be had, especially Quartz Seamasters can be had at a price point that I think is totally viable. Um, I don't think it's sustainable at all. Uh, and because they do sell out no matter what. I mean, Toyota Mo's been on top of the Moonswatch from the beginning. They sell out every single time. I just don't think the Blancpain move is is smart here. I just don't know that it makes any sense. Um, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go from here. You can't get a Blanc. I don't know.
I mean, look, again, if you read literally, that's, you are bumping against that wall. If you read through the lines, maybe this Blancpain Swatch collaboration actually exposes them, right? Maybe the idea is just to make a quick buck from these legacy brands and iconic
And then just
designs.
get rid of them.
They never intended to use these as a kind of entry into the luxury space, a headway into the mechanical watches, or a jumping board for future collectors. They just wanted to make quick cash. And like you said, that's how they're using every other brand. I mean, Tissot PRX. Again, that doesn't mean I have anything against the particular watch, but every single Swatch Group success in the last 5 years or so has been in that price point, in that segment. Maybe some Longines models can be counted as exceptions, but really that's where they are succeeding. And I feel like Omega has been losing. I mean, it has desperately lost to Rolex maybe a decade ago. Maybe it's just realizing that now it's lost a lot of its market share to Tudor, and will continue to do that.
Yeah, they've lost the battle with Tudor the past 3 years, and because they couldn't decide what they wanted to release, they released way too many watches. They can't deliver half of them. They lost the battle to Tudor the past few years. Like it's done. It's over.
Yeah. And again, like I Artie, good point, but again, with all due respect, on this channel especially, I'm tired of having to present that same caveat every time I want to say something critical about Swatch Group, right? I don't have to recite the heroic acts by the Hayek family in saving the horological industry. I know the mechanical watch as a product, as a luxury product, as an accessible luxury product may not have survived, and certainly the entire industry would not have survived in the same way if it weren't for the Swatch Group. But honestly, let's we're not talking about the Catholic Church, we're not talking about Judaism, we're not talking about...
Don't tune in if you don't like people giving their opinion about the Blancpain either.
I mean, it's okay, but what I mean is, like, we're not talking about everyone's favorite flavor of ice cream. We all have opinions. Just because the Swatch Group did something great once upon a time doesn't absolve them from every single other criticism.
Or AP. I mean, I've said this on other things, like AP, like the Roy Loki is the single greatest fucking one-hit wonder, right? But AP the past few years has given up on a lot of their history. I criticize the hell out of AP for that. AP is still my favorite mark. But the fact that, like, any given brand did something in the past doesn't absolve them from what they're doing now.
Perfect. Yeah.
Like, I mean, it just doesn't. And what they're doing now is they are not, if you show me any trend data that these watches sold more Blancpains to people who bought these watches, I'm going to call you a flat out liar. You're going to have to show me, like, the actual people, let me interview them, because you can't get the bloody watches. Even if you want them now, you can't get them. Before this, if you want them, you can't get them.
The awesome Pawan says, I am with Lord. Swatch has missed the boat on Breguet and Blancpain. Isn't Arnold and Son also Swatch? Actually, no. Swatch has, I think, 17 different manufacturers in its body, but Arnold and Son is actually part of the Citizen group. And that group includes, of course, Citizen. It includes Frédéric Constant. It includes Alpina, if I'm not mistaken. It includes Arnold and
It does
Son.
include Alpina, really?
I think so. It
Okay.
includes
No, you're
La
probably
Joux.
right. I just didn't. I don't think I ever remember hearing it.
It includes the movement manufacturer La Joux Perret. Um, among others, they might have one or two. Swatch Group, I'm not going to recite all the 17, but Longines, Tissot, Hamilton,
Hamilton, Rado,
Omega, Breguet, Mido,
Prosciutto.
Rado, Glashütte Original, Union Glashütte. I mean, but not Arnold. um, yeah,
But they, I
Frederick
mean, they have checked out drone Harry Winston, which is bad enough in that perspective. I mean, not that I actually.
Harry Winston. Yes, that's another one.
I just, yeah, I don't know. Like the. I also, it's really odd to me that the same company that has taken the PRX and done so damn well with it, whether people have complaints about the quality of the movement or anything like that, that same company decided to take a System 51 and inch straight into PRX territory. Like that's odd to me. Like that doesn't seem like but again, I mean they just released bloody PRX that PRX digital, which I think is another incredibly stupid release.
Yeah, I really didn't understand. Well, I mean, I understood what it is. You just, again, you just want to squeeze, squeeze every last bit of whatever you can from something that already seems to be hitting the right spot in the market. And again, just like what we were saying about the AP, it might be, in fact, an unimpeachable strategy when you think about it purely from the standpoint of business. But at the end of the day, this is a channel that is on its path to become full time and in a way professional. But we are still hobbyists at heart. It's if I were going to talk about watches only from the financial and investment perspective, I would certainly change the entire outlook of this channel. So obviously, I don't feel obliged to praise Swatch just because they seem to be selling a lot of units. I think in the long term, they're genuinely cheapening these brands, especially brands like Blancpain and Breguet, which I just don't feel are served well within Swatch Group. I think they would benefit from the kind of devolution that Ulysse Nardin and Gérard Perregaux recently experienced from the Kering Group.
That's an excellent fit. That's an excellent example.
LVMH,
excellent example.
Yeah, we
that's
don't need
much better fit than LVMH.
Yeah, we don't need another luxury group to quote unquote rescue these brands. Maybe we can just they can just devolve or disintegrate from the larger corporate structure with the correct group of executives and find their way from there, because honestly, um Blancpain may survive this with the 50 fathoms. And I said many times, on a certain level, I do like the popularization of a design that I've always admired. But like a plastic Breguet watch, that's like sorry, but that's like self-deletion. It's not what you want to see from that brand. I mean, if the next shot is like a Breguet watch in quote unquote bioceramic, that's just gonna kill the brand.
And it kills the brand for the people who have been interested in the brand before this. And Actually perfect, they just did it. They released that ridiculous bronze gold watch. If they had released that watch and they had not released the Blanc Blanc watch, that watch would have been much better received at that price point because it's the right size. It's a beautiful take on bronze gold or beige gold, depending on what you want. It would have been much better received. But the fact that they released that watch shortly on the tails of these releases changes the optics dramatically. And if they release after the Type 21, I don't know the fucking disaster of that dial, those two releases they put out, and they go ahead and release a bioceramic Breguet after like 7 to 9 years of not giving people what they want for Breguet, it's going to you're right, it's going to destroy the brand. For the people who can afford those damn watches, it's going to destroy the brand. They don't want to touch them ever again. Yeah. This watch, to me, if this was released and the collaborations hadn't happened, it would have been received so much better. So much better.
Honestly, I think this would have been great in bioceramic, if you ask me.
There you go.
No, I mean, joking aside, there's a lot I like about this particular design. From the old school Blancpain font used to the balance of the dial, to the fact that they used domed crystal, but a flat bezel, which, as much as I like the sapphire bezel on the modern revival of the 50 Fathoms, this to me conveys that vintage air so much better. Of course, I love the fact that there's no date window, that there's no interruption of that dial. So if this announces, and that's why my short review was close but not cigar, close but no cigar, I mean, if this is announcing somehow the arrival soon enough of a production series in stainless steel, by all means. It's not like I would be one of the 555 people allocated this watch either, most probably. Even if I were ready to shell out $35,000 or whatever.
I still think if they had released this like 3 months before the bioceramic, it would have been so much better received. I think the release, something this far removed from what they just released was in the wrong order.
Possible. By the way, if that is the presentation box, that's pretty amazing. I didn't realize this. I think that's really it.
That's got to be the presentation box for a 550 release.
That's pretty amazing. But yeah, and honestly, again, even in terms of conveying that vintage mystique as well, I think the 9-carat alloy is actually quite cool, because that's something you find like on even pocket watches from early 20th century, and also wristwatches too. I think there are a few great ideas there. It's just like the fact that you saw in an experience of cognitive disjunction first a $400 version of a similar design, and then a $35,000 limited edition version of a more distilled and purified version of the design. I think really puts things into sharp relief, and I think it just exposes Swatch. I think the idea is just to make a quick buck on the anniversary. It's not about giving something to the enthusiasts. It's not about it has absolutely
those brands have to. Like those brands are on the verge of irrelevance for the enthusiasts if they don't give something back. If they don't deliver some more accessible 50 fathoms at the $9,000 price point, under 10K, and if they don't deliver some Type 21s with a dial design that is more akin to the originals without the conflated date windows and subdials, they're going to lose the high end hobbyist like permanently because there's so many good options on the market. There's so many more coming.
Yeah.
With that, I am going to drop. I'm going to get a couple things done before I call it a night. It's almost 2. It's 1:50 in the morning here, but it's been a while, so I had wanted to jump on because oddly enough, my hours have shifted. So this is either really, really late or really, really early for me, as opposed to kind of right smack in my regular night. So you have yourself a good balance of a night. It was
Thank you
good
so
talking
much.
with you, and
Likewise.
happy hunting, man.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you, man. All right. It was great to see Ali after a little bit of a break. And to chop it up, of course, about things that we have in common, things that we agree on, things that we also disagree on. But, I think we were on the same page for the Blancpain Swatch affair. Coming back to the important watches, October 7th, Sotheby's Hong Kong auction preview. They have two 5168Gs back to back. Lot 2133 is the khaki green version with the matching tropic style rubber strap. I have mentioned, as I was talking with Ali at the very beginning, that I do prefer the Aquanaut to the Nautilus. You guys know that I love lacing these things with a little bit of trivia. You might be interested in knowing that the Aquanaut was introduced at the time when Laurent Ferrier, who today, of course, has his own established independent brand, was the director of creations, which is just a fancier way of saying design, at Patek Philippe. And it's always remarked that the Aquanaut was Laurent Ferrier's brainchild as a model. And I think the kind of evolution from the design of the Nautilus case to the Aquanaut, the way it feels like a much more smoothed out um, version of that design, I think is not surprising when you think of how the Galet pieces from Laurent Ferrier's own line testify to the same kind of streamlined aesthetics of what are otherwise classic designs, whether we are talking about the classic origin or the square micro rotor versions. I've always liked the Aquanaut, especially after the 5167 generation, the new jumbo, so to speak. 5168 is, of course, a little bigger, in fact, 42 millimeters in case diameter rather than 40. But what I really like about that particular transition is how the strap has been redesigned in terms of its integration with the case, to the extent that it now sits flush not only with the case itself between the lugs, but also with the lugs too. And the pattern, I think, harmonizes really well with the globescape pattern on the dial. The pattern on the strap harmonizes really well with the pattern on the dial, to the extent that the entire design can be considered as another take on the integrated bracelet watch. So that's what I appreciate about the Aquanaut, whether we talk about the origins with Laurent Ferrier's leadership at the very least, if not necessarily his ideas, or the later developments um, in producing kind of integrated um, watch design on a rubber strap rather than a full bracelet. This is lot 2133 for a Patek Philippe Aquanaut 5168G in the khaki green colorway. The piece has an estimated value of 51,000 all the way up to 76,700 or more. And the piece does come as a full set, practically, with box, papers, and the product literature. $21.34 is pretty much the same story. 5168G in the blue colorway. Again, 5168 has a case diameter that is a smidgen over 42 millimeters. And 5168 is, of course, in white gold, and here with the gradient blue dial and a tropic style rubber strap that complements the colorway. The estimate is the same as its green counterpart in the previous lot. Lot number 21 has a pre-auction estimate from 51,144 to an amount in excess of 76,700 in US dollars. Let me take a quick break to get a fresh drink of water. Again, you have the link there if you want me to dive deep into any of the watches that I skipped, that I didn't consider. Please feel free. You're looking at the 5980R, the flyback chronograph in the Nautilus case. I'll be right back. Again, if you have any questions or requests, feel free to send them in with a super chat. We're still doing this for fundraising, so the full amount of your contribution goes as a donation to the UNICEF. And the first and last super chat of every single live stream gains a number for the raffle. Jake Brooks got the first number for the day. The second number is still up for the grabs. All right, so we're back. And also, if you want to support the channel, you know how. The links are in the video description. Just to put that out there. After all, the memberships and other contributions are keeping the lights on for me, and they are absolutely necessary. So please do consider contributing in some shape or form. Lot number 2139. This is the pink gold version of the self-winding chronograph with flyback functionality in the Nautilus case. The complicated versions of the Nautiluses and the Aquanauts have been extremely popular. And I have to say, this particular rendition, and Ali was saying a few things about that as well. This particular rendition of the chronograph is pretty ingenious. I like that crosshair style, single register layout of the dial, where you have at the very center a 12-hour counter, and in the form of two concentric circles, a 60-minute totalizer for the chronograph, with the first 30 minutes on the outer circle, and with minutes 30 to 60 wrapping itself around the 12-hour counter, and the date, of course, at 3 o'clock. Of course, the other reason that many like the 5980 as well as the 5990 is the presence and the heft of the piece on the wrist. At the end of the day, 5711, or really any iteration of the jumbo, and this feeling will be even intensified as you go back in time. The Nautilus, much like the Royal Oak Jumbo, is a hybrid of a sports watch with an ultra thin dress watch. So the feeling on the wrist is not necessarily an experience of weight, especially in stainless steel. It's not an experience of thickness. It's not a very butch watch at all. So a lot of people who like the larger outlines of the design but want a watch that has perhaps a little more of a presence, navigate towards the 5980 and 5990, of course, in precious metal. That feeling of substance, of weight on the wrist is even more intensified. So this would be certainly a crowd pleaser for many collectors. And we are looking at lot 39, which comes as a full set, box papers, setting pin, and product literature. The 5980 was introduced alongside many other now iconic Nautilus references, such as the 5711 or 5712 in 2006, at the 30th anniversary of the design. This particular example of the watch is much younger, however, and just from last year, 2022. and it has a pre-auction estimate from an amount in excess of 76,700 to 127,000 and more. Speaking of which, here's the 5990, 5980R that we were looking at. Had that brown gray gradient dial. This one has a blue dial, and this one combines two very useful and two very popular complications by Patek Philippe, namely the travel time with the self-winding chronograph with the flyback functionality. This is the 5990R, pink gold on the integrated bracelets, the Nautilus travel time chronograph in pink gold with the blue dial. This piece has a pointer date at 6 o'clock and a 60 minutes counter at 6, as well as two porthole-like openings which serve as a day and night indicator for both the home/reference time and the local time. The two pushers on the left flank of the case, of course, serve to move the local hour hands back and forth in 1 hour increments. That is mechanism derived from the very first Calatrava travel time, which featured a jumping hour hand designed by none other than Louis Cotier himself. It didn't even have the second ghost hour hand, so to speak. This is the Calatrava 2597, the first Patek Philippe dual time watch, which had two notched sliding pushers on the left band of the case to jump the hour hands back and forth 1 hour at a time. Of course, the modern mechanism, the modern rendition of the complication is a little more complex, you might say, a little bit different. In either case, Louis Cotier's design was quickly adapted to the second hour hand at any rate, and it's quite wondrous that they use a version of that mechanism still that they had integrated into their lineup in late 50s, in 1958, if I'm not mistaken, with the reference 2597 HS for heure sautante, jumping hour. And that is the reference for the Calatrava that I was talking about. Of course, in modern time, in the contemporary period, such complications find a new lease on life in so many different shapes or forms, so many different cases, and this travel time chronograph is one of many. As you guys can see in both cases, in both 5980 and 5990, there's no small seconds, there's no continuous running seconds, there's no subdial for that. But since these are column wheel chronographs with vertical clutch, there's actually no harm, no additional wear and tear introduced to the movements if you were to leave it running. So great modern chronographs, both the 5980 and 5990. Here in the pink gold version on its integrated bracelets. The 5990 first was released in 2014. And this particular piece comes with the original set of its accessories and a pre-auction estimate that ranges from roughly 128,000 to an amount in excess of $250,000. Back to back, we have two very rare and in their own way quite beautiful versions of the Nautilus as well. 2142 is 3800G, a white gold reduced sized Nautilus that is set with diamonds all over, dial, case, and bracelets. It has also 3 baguette cut sapphires on the dial at 6, 9, and 12 o'clock. The piece comes with an archival extract that certifies its production and sale in the year 1993. The reduced size has a dial, has a case diameter of 37.5 millimeters, and it kind of reigned supreme in the 90s. Perhaps it was a little more popular than the jumbo. And certainly, perhaps it's more fitting for this kind of gem setting, for this particular take on the Nautilus. Again, gem set on the dial and the bracelets, as well as the bezel. The bezel being particularly stunning with 3 rows of brilliant diamonds. $3,900G with an estimate that ranges from roughly 128,000 to an amount in excess of 255,000 in US dollars. Please hit the like button, by the way. That always helps a great deal. I'm sure you have done that already, but just a kind reminder. Lot 2143 is basically one of the last versions of the stainless steel Nautilus Jumbo to have been produced Again, we have talked about how 5811 is so far only available in white gold. This green dial version of the Nautilus was part of the so-called victory lap of the previous reference, 5711. Was only produced for roughly 1 year. And this piece comes from that year, 2021, with the full set of its original accessories. And the olive green dial remains quite exclusive. And here it's presented at lot number 2143 with an estimate that seems to be quite common among these Nautiluses, 128,000 roughly, to all the way up to an amount in excess of $250,000 in US dollars. At lot 2148, we're looking at one of the absolute grails in neo-vintage watch collecting. I was just talking about the case dimensions of this particular generation of Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph, and perpetual calendar split-second chronographs, 3940, 3970, and here, as you see, the 5004 EP, the platinum version, perpetual calendar split seconds chronograph, Arabic numerals, leaf-shaped hands, pump pushers, and of course, the extra pusher for the split seconds for the rattrapante function is integrated onto the crown. Very classic design with slightly drooping claw-like lugs. 36 millimeters of diameter. The case, of course, with the complexity of the watch's mechanism, is relatively thick, about 15 millimeters. But the kind of stacked, you might say, construction of the case and the domed bezel kind of compensates for this, and the watch certainly wears really nicely on the wrist. Here's a look at that beautiful movement that proudly carries the hallmark of Geneva on its balance bridge. As you can see, the hallmarks are still pretty legible, even though there is a sense that this case has seen a polish. Nevertheless, you're looking at a very beautiful version of the 5004 P with the black dial, Arabic numerals. The piece comes with the product literature, photograph of the model, instruction manual, the matching setting pin, and the additional platinum caseback if you want that extra heft, that extra weight of the platinum on your wrist. Of course, the certificate of origin for the watch. Reference 5004 was introduced in 1994 and was produced for about 15 years. Again, it was built on the caliber 20 CH27, sourced from Nouvelle-Lemania, and here in its split seconds perpetual calendar chronograph guise, a CHR 2770Q. The estimated value of the piece is roughly 200,000 to an amount in excess of 300,000 in US dollars. $2135G is the Gondolo Calendario. This is a white gold annual calendar in a barrel-shaped case from around 2009. It has an anthracite gray dial with stylized Arabic numerals at 3 and 9, a moon phase indicator at 6, which finds its place in a subsidiary dial for 24 hours. Of course, by definition, that serves as a day and night indicator as well. And in a layout that's quite familiar from a lot of Patek Philippe annual calendars, you have 3 apertures, one roughly at 10 o'clock for the day of the week, one at 12 o'clock for the date, and at around 2 o'clock you have the month, Dauphine hands, sweep center seconds. White gold annual calendar, which is a relative bargain again when it comes to various Patek Philippe models with these sorts of calendrical complications. And at lots 2149, the white gold Gondolo Calendario 5135G, which comes with the product literature and its original box and papers, has an estimated value that ranges from roughly $20,500 to an amount in excess of $30,000. $21.52 is a watch perhaps made most famous by none other than John Mayer. In this auction, we have already talked about the John Mayer watch at lots 2107. That was the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 116508, yellow gold with the green dial and red accents. Here we have the Aquanaut's travel time, which is famously endorsed by John Mayer and photographed many times on his wrist. And again, it is a sports model that integrates a useful complication with the everyday wearability of the Aquanaut design. And the pushers to move the hour hands back and forth in 1 hour increments, actually in terms of design, balance very well the crown and the crown guards on the opposing flank of the watch. That in itself might be one reason as to why some people like this watch. This particular piece is from around 2012. The model itself was introduced in 2011. And much like many other iterations of the dual time complication, this piece too has two separate indicators for day and night for both the local time and home time, reference time, and a pointer date at 6 o'clock. This piece comes with the original box and papers, as well as product literature, and an estimated value of roughly 45,000 to an amount in excess of 76,700. Yet another Patek at lot number 2154. This is the 5170P. We were just talking about how 5170, with its release in 2010, introduced Patek's in-house caliber CH29. This platinum model was introduced in 2017. And in addition to its ink blue gradients dial, it also singularly has baguette diamonds, baguette cut diamonds for its hour markers, which forms a striking combination with that gradient fumé smoked blue dial. This particular piece is from around 2019, and it does come with the full set of its original accessories. I think the 5170p was produced for about 2 years, maybe. Probably less than 200, in less than 250 pieces, so rather limited. Could be an interesting piece to acquire. Very precious, of course, not cheap by any means, but also not the most hyped up timepiece in Patek Philippe's catalog, past and present. So the estimated value here is not all that different from all the other Patek watches that we looked at. And it ranges from roughly $77,000 to $128,000 in the US currency. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. It helps immensely. As you know, this is a small fry channel, so any kind of support in the form of a boost, a like, a share of the live streams, of the channel, of some of the shorter videos that I upload on a weekly basis. 3 exclusive videos for the members, which you get early access and sometimes a very exclusive access, and other times you are most certainly getting, everyone is getting 3 more videos revealed for the larger public on a weekly basis as well. And they're in the form of market digests that look at a particular point of time for sure. But because my explorations are always historically grounded and provide significant horological detail, I hope those guides will be always helpful to you. And there's quite an archive, right? You know that YouTube separates everything into different segments. So a lot of these videos are immediately available in the video section, Of course, you get alerted about them if you follow the channel and if the bell icon is clicked. But they're also all in the Wolf Hunter playlist. Um, and that's my playful way of expressing my love for vintage timepieces, watches I like to find. I am the Wolf Hunter, so please feel free to share anything and everything from that playlist with your friends and loved ones. And I will, in fact, send the link to that playlist so that you can enjoy it. There are a lot of videos in it by now. I will sift through them and perhaps sort them in another sequence in the future. But we have 39 videos, with the 40th video probably coming up on Thursday. But please feel free to share them. It's a great resource, whether you are just starting out in the hobby or expanding your knowledge, or maybe you're actually in the market for one of the timepieces, one of the models, or one of the genres of watches that are exploded in the that are explored in these videos. I promise nothing is exploded. Please, let's not blow things out of proportion. All right, 2155. Speaking of aquanauts that have been extremely popular, this is an advanced research version, the Terminator, with an open worked dial that exposes the workings of the travel time mechanism and its pushers at the 9 o'clock side of the dial. It is otherwise very much a white gold travel time aquanaut with the blue globescape dial and the complementary tropic style rubber band in the navy colorway. The 5650 was released in 2017 in limited numbers. And this piece introduced the use of an optimized Spiromax balance spring made of Silumvar, featuring a patented terminal curve that improves the accuracy of the mechanism. The second innovation was the incorporation of a compliant mechanism made of traditional horological steel, which is utilized to set the second time zone in watches that display multiple time zones. And of course, Again, uniquely, the 5650 has the open working around 9 o'clock to expose the crossed leaf springs that operates the pusher mechanism for travel time. And of course, there's the day and night indicator for both the local time as well as the reference time or home time. And this piece, of course, due to its limited numbers, perhaps is quite incredibly sought after. And here, the pre auction estimate is a testament to that, as it ranges from an amount in excess of 332,000 all the way up to an amount in excess of 537,000 in US dollars. At lots 2156 and 2157, you have two of my favorite watches in recent time from Patek Philippe. They are both 5960 and as of now discontinued reference number of Patek Philippe. The first one is in stainless steel, furnished with a matching beads of rice style bracelet. I very much consider the 5960 a contemporary version, today's version, so to speak, of the 1518, in the same way that the 1518, in its serially produced fashion, made it possible, made it wearable for this combination of two very prestigious complications at the time, namely the perpetual calendar and the hand-wound chronograph. The 5960, in its time when it was first introduced in 2006, made possible the combination of Patek's proprietary complication in the annual calendar with its in-house caliber for the self-winding chronograph with flyback functionality. The piece has a black and white dial, white backgrounds with black accents, the reverse being more rare and therefore carrying a certain premium. There's a plus minus style power reserve indicator at 12 o'clock. We talked about the conventional layout of the three calendrical indications for the Patek annual calendar. Roughly 10 o'clock the day of the week, date at 12 o'clock, and the month roughly at 2 o'clock. Here, the crosshair style chronograph register has the 12-hour counter in the outmost circle, and it has two concentric circles for the 60-minute totalizer, indicating in the outer circle the first 30 minutes, and at its innermost, the last 30 minutes of that 60-minute cycle, and a porthole like opening ensconced within this crosshair register is a day and night indicator. Beautiful piece, functional piece, great for everyday wear. Here is a peek onto the CH28 520 IRM QA24H. This reference, especially in stainless steel, was a slow burner of sorts, but came to be appreciated quite a bit. And it has an estimated value, as you can see here, that ranges from more than 38,000 all the way up to 64,000 in US dollars. As I mentioned, the next lot was the white gold version, styled in the manner of a pilot watch. The standard version of it was with its brown calfskin strap and proprietary buckle, perhaps more emphatic in presenting that particular style. Here, the watch is presented on an unsigned canvas style fabric strap with red contrast stitching, which picks up the shades of the dial quite nicely. And the dial is blue with red hands. That goes for both the hands in the chronograph register as well as the centrally deployed chronograph hand. The 5960G is also discontinued, and the pre-auction estimates remains the same or very similar at the very least, ranging from an amount roughly 38,000 all the way up to 64,000 in US dollars. I'm in the last half hour to 45 minutes of the broadcast. Just so you know, if you have any particular requests, any questions, if you want me to take a look at any of the lots that I skipped or that I didn't just get to yet, please feel free to alert me, send something in with the super chat. Again, your contribution up until October 12th is for charity, and the first and last super chat of every live stream gets a number in the raffle for the giveaway for a Seiko 5 piece. Speaking of Gondolo's popularity, here's a version of it in platinum, limited edition, which combines the chiming watch with the annual calendar complication. The reference number is 5033. 10 pieces made in platinum and one in titanium, apparently. This is a limited edition for the state of Qatar, made in 2010. Sorry, 2002. Distinguished by its silver dial, painted Roman numerals for the hour markers. The minute repeating mechanism has cathedral gongs. Which are known for their richer chime and with a longer reverberation and increased musicality. This is, of course, one of only 10 pieces again. And the piece comes with its original set of accessories and the extracts from the archives. As you can see, it has a very unique silver dial with a dial center that is decorated radially by guilloche, kind of in the style of a vinyl groove. Elongated Roman numerals for the hour markers, and around the center of the dial, a railroad track for the minutes. Finely finished Dauphine style hands, and a subdial for the small seconds at 6. Beautiful micro rotor movement, as you can see here. With the hallmark of Geneva and, of course, the black polished stainless steel hammers. The piece has that supplemental case back. And again, comes with its original cherry colored wooden presentation box, as well as and extract from the archives. The estimated value of the piece ranges from $320,000 to $640,000, roughly speaking. Two beautiful examples of the tank cintré are next. One is a limited edition pink gold, one is a limited edition platinum. Both an expression of dual time and rather stunning dials. Lot 2160 has two dials on a silvered off-white guilloche blank, or background rather, Roman numerals in the upper half, Chinese characters in the lower half. It says Cartier Paris and made in France as well. Heat blued sword style tents. Very beautiful aesthetically, and of course with two separate movements, two crowns, the classic curved and elongated tank case, the octagonal crown topped off with a multifaceted sapphire in each case. The cintré is really a beautiful and even voluptuously attractive design. And here it is in pink gold in a dual time configuration with two separate time zones with two separate dials, one of only 100 pieces. The lot comes with a Cartier certificate for this piece that has dimensions of 45 millimeters by 23.5. Again, pink gold case with presented on a black Cartier alligator strap and with a matching 18 karat pink gold déployant clasp, with an estimate that ranges roughly from 25,500 to an amount in excess of 51,000 in US dollars. Second piece is part of a 100-piece limited edition, and from that famous Collection Privée Cartier Paris era, one of 100 pieces, number 21, once again, of 100 pieces, platinum case with a salmon guilloche dial, with rhodium plated fixtures this time for both the applied numerals and the hands. Both are Roman numerals, but the upper half of the dial has the full set whereas the lower dial mixes the applied Roman numerals at the quarters with Arabic numerals for the minutes with 5-minute intervals. Once again, you have two separate movements, two separate octagonal crowns with multifaceted sapphires. Platinum case that shares those dimensions, 45 by 23.5. The piece is again sorry, by the way, this is, unfortunately, I went by the lot description, whereas the case itself tells another story. This is actually a more limited edition. It's not number 21 of 100, but number 44 of 50. Number 21 of 100 was in relation to that pink gold piece. This platinum piece with the Salmon Guilloche dial is actually one of 50 and has an estimated value that ranges from roughly 38,350 to an amount in excess of 76,700 in US dollars. We're entering the last half hour, so feel free to send in any questions or requests you might have. If you want me to take a closer look onto any particular watches in this auction, feel free to send me the lot number and I would very happily take a look at them for you. We're finally stepping out of some of the usual suspects. We just looked at two beautiful Cartier Tank Cintré pieces, and now we're looking at Langematic perpetual in platinum with a bezel set with brilliant cut diamonds. This is a relatively early version of the perpetual calendar, which has two aspects of it that testify to it. One, it has that oversized micro rotor movement architecture with 21 carats, beautifully finished micro rotor that is supplemented by a platinum weight. You see how wonderfully the German silver bridge plates of the movement have aged, having taken on this yellowish hue more and more along the years. The piece is in platinum. And as I mentioned, it is an early version of the perpetual calendar, which still has that 10 o'clock pusher for the quick correction of the dates. That's something they changed later on. You have a silver gray dial, oversized date at 12 o'clock, a subdial for the seconds at 6 o'clock, which encircles the aperture for the moon phase indicator. At 9 o'clock, you have the day of the week, which houses also a microhand for the 24 hours, a day and night indicator thus. And at 3 o'clock, you have the indicator for the months, which also has the leap year indicator as well. Classic alpha hands with luminous inlays for the hour and minutes. This is lot 2164. A Langonzune, Langematic Perpetual, reference 820025, in the classic platinum case, and a bezel that is set with baguette cut diamonds at the factory. The piece has a pre-auction estimate that ranges from 57,500 to 76,700 or more. Lot 2165 is a special limited edition of the Zeitwerk decimal strike in honey gold, one of only 100 pieces. This is a kind of a unique take at the chiming watch that uses as its platform the retrofuturistic flagship design of Alain Gonzone, Zeitwerk, the mechanical watch with the digital display. The watch chimes with a high-pitched tone every 10 minutes and with a lower pitch intonation for the indication of every hour. And those chiming features are also powered by the mainspring, so the watch actually has a constant force mechanism. Beautiful piece in Alain Gonzone's proprietary alloy of honey gold, which is quite stunning in person and somehow really brings together every shade of gold that I'm familiar with. You know, from angles like this, it almost looks like pink gold. Otherwise, you might just think it's just gold, yellow gold. And from certain angles, you might even mistake it for white gold. It's a very, very interesting alloy that somehow represents characteristic of all the main colors of gold, even as preserving a very striking kind of warmth. Here it's used to present the Zeitwerk decimal strike reference 143050, one of 100 pieces from 2018. The piece has a pre-auction estimate that ranges from roughly 76,700 to an amount in excess of 102,000 in US dollars. I'm trying to see if I can make it to the end of this page before the end of tonight's live stream. I might close in the next 10 minutes. So if you want to get in that last super chats of the hour, of the live stream, I mean, to qualify for the raffle, feel free to squeeze that in. I'm getting a little sleepy and I have a long day tomorrow. So I have to preserve some of my energy for what remains still my full time work until May. We're looking at lot 2196, which is FP Jean's entry level time only piece in a 40 millimeter platinum case, the chronomètre Sotheby with an opaline white dial, with a guilloche center, power reserve indicator at 3 o'clock, and an off-center subsidiary dial for the seconds, Arabic numerals for the hour markers, and heat-blued stainless steel hands for all the indications. Of course, this piece has the caliber 1304, which is fashioned beautifully in 18 karats pink gold, which here looks like a nice contrast to the platinum case, which is really fine. Lot 2196, which is FP Jean chronomètre Sotheby in platinum, has an estimated value of 30,600 to an amount roughly around 41,000 in US dollars. At lot 2181, there's a little Lange Soirée. This is the reduced sized version of the Lange 1 with a mother of pearl dial and bezel set with brilliant cut diamonds, cognac diamonds too. So a very interesting choice that complements the mother of pearl dial so beautifully. The reduced case size is 36 millimeters in diameter as opposed to 38 and a half for the classic Lange 1 case. This piece is in 18 karat white gold, and it is actually one of a limited run of 20 pieces. It comes with its original set of accessories. And once again, the piece is set with 52 brilliant cuts cognac diamonds on the bezel that complements its mother of pearl dial beautifully, weighing approximately zero point 0.9 carats. And of course, the patina that the 3/4 plate in German silver takes on is all the more noticeable in contradistinction to a white metal case, which he is here in 18 karat white gold. This was Alan Gonzune, Little Lange One Soiree, reference 813037, 36 millimeters in 18 karat white gold, mother of pearl dial, and a bezel set with cognac diamonds, brilliant cuts. The estimated value of the watch ranges roughly from 10,000 to an amount in excess of 15,000 in US dollars. I have about a handful more watches to present, and I'm very close to going to bed. So if you want to win that last raffle number, this is your chance. Lot 2176 is the now discontinued Royal Oak Jumbo, modern one, 15202. The last generation that ran with the caliber 2121 on the base of Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920. For the 50th anniversary edition, the new reference 16202 introduced caliber 7121, which no longer shares the same architecture, no longer shares the same design. Even though it was 14802 that introduced exhibition case backs to the Royal Oak Jumbo, 15202 in many ways remains the iconic modern reference for the Royal Oak Jumbo, because in addition to that beautiful sapphire crystal caseback, which helps you appreciate the heritage of that movement built on the JLC Eboche, this piece also reproduces all the right notes, all the recognizable visual characteristics of the jumbo, of the original reference 5402, with its petite tapisserie dial that has the double signature, which includes the applied initial logo at 6 o'clock and the extended signature at 12. Of course, for 15202, you have a date window at 3 o'clock, which has a date wheel of which the background matches the midnight blue color of that tapisserie dial.
The estimated value of the piece ranges from roughly $41,000 to an amount in excess of 61,000 in US dollars. This piece comes from around year 2015. The 40th anniversary edition of the 15202 was, of course, introduced in 2012. The piece comes with the presentation box, the international warranty card, as well as other product literature. This is the AP Royal Oak Jumbo, reference 15202, stainless steel, the last generation that was built on the JLC Bosch. Estimated value of roughly $41,000 to an amount in excess of 61. Lot 2173 is the 50th anniversary Silver Snoopy Award. One of the most popular recent limited editions of Omega Speedmasters. Has a mechanical animation that you can view on the case back side. This piece has a very nice blue details that extend to the texturized strap with its contrast stitching. And lot 2173, which is an Omega Speedmaster 50th anniversary Silver Snoopy Award, has an estimated value roughly from 15,000 to an amount in excess of 25,500 in US dollars. I'm doing about 5 more watches. They're mostly going to be Lange, and then I'm calling it a night. So if you want to pull the trigger on that last super chat of the night, feel free. This is lot 2171 for Alan Gonzuna's contribution to that sports chic genre. The white gold version followed upon the footsteps of the stainless steel integrated bracelet version of the Odysseus, which has a very unique look within the genre. It is recognizably Lange with its two oversized indicators at 9 and 3 o'clock, acting almost as a visual identifier of the brand, indicating respectively the day of the week and the date. The piece has an oversized subdial for the seconds, which is also quite characteristic of the brand, at 6 o'clock, and alpha hands with luminous inlays for the hour and minutes. an anthracite gray dial for the white gold version, which comes alternatively either on a rubber band, as with this example, or kind of distressed leather, which by and large matches the details of its presentation box. The datomatic movements has a partially open worked tungsten oscillating weight that is complemented or that's supplemented by a platinum weight and a nicely finished movement, which is not as impressive as most other Lange movements, admittedly, even though the full balance bridge, which replaces the balance cock, is intriguing both in terms of its utilitarianism, as it allows for better shock absorption, and the unique and more extended decorations that replaces, that substitutes the usual floral motifs with waves. At lot 2171, we have the Langanzone Odysseus in white gold, reference 363068, brand new from this year. And the piece is listed here with an estimate that ranges roughly from 44,750 to an amount 76,000, in excess of 76,700. 2170 is the Zeitwerk date. I've already mentioned, perhaps this is a watch. This is a design that's both that in an important sense reflects Lange's design language perhaps most thoroughly. Especially that digital display of hour and minutes, almost interprets, almost adapts, almost implements that design of the 5 minutes stage clock that the founders, that ancestors of the founder of this brand have used to adorn the Dresden Opera House. Of course, the piece has a very power-hungry complication. As you guys know, the jumping hour in and of itself is quite something. And here you have jumping hours and jumping minutes, precisely jumping, and the Zeitwerk datum, the Zeitwerk date, complements this with a date indicator that is on the perimeter of the dial, and that jumps as precisely as everything else. The oversized subdial for the seconds is balanced by the up and down power reserve indicator at the traditional 12 o'clock, whereas the unique time bridge houses hours, minutes, and the seconds. Beautiful piece, and the unique architecture of the Zeitwerk movement, beyond its masterful decoration, is quite lovely to contemplate and decipher through the sapphire caseback. This is Lot 2170, Alang und Söhne, Zeitwerkdatum, reference 148038, in white gold. Remember, Zeitwerk is a big watch. The date version is hefty, 44 millimeters in diameter, first presented in 2019, and perhaps prefiguring also the more recent updates throughout the Zeitwerk line, which increase the power reserve to 72 hours across the board. The estimated value of this piece ranges from $76,000 roughly, all the way up to an amount in excess of 150,000. I'll be right back for the very last couple of watches, or very last few maybe, while you look at lot 2169, which is the double split chronograph by Alang und Söhne. The last few minutes, folks. All right. So I have three more watches. Maybe we'll only have one number for the raffle tonight. That's quite possible. If there are no other super chats, or super stickers, or anything of that sort. We're looking at a double split chronograph, which means that we not only have split seconds, but also split minutes, right? Two additional pushers. The double split was actually, it actually preceded the quote unquote solo split. And of course, the triple split, which came after the double split. When it was first launched in 2004, it was the first of its kind. It has an imposing 43 millimeter platinum case. And even though the dial draws its inspiration from the datograph, it is a little different in the sense that the power reserve replaces the oversized date indicator. Essentially, you have two centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand, which can be split, in addition to 2-minute hands at this 30-minute totalizer register, which allow two to a second minute counter, which has a golden color to distinguish it from the first one. Of course, this is still a flyback chronograph and has the familiar architecture and decorations of a Lange movement. You can see the two column wheels and the multi-layered architecture of the movement. The piece has an estimated value in excess of 51,145 up to 76,717 in US dollars. Lot 2168 is a more traditional chiming watch in the form of a Zeitwerk. This one chimes at the hour and of course at the quarters as well, which can be turned on or off. And just like the decimal strike, it has the exposed hammers on the dial side of the movements. This particular version of the Zeitwerk striking time, reference 145032, is housed in a 42 millimeter pink gold case and comes in a full set. The estimated value of the watch ranges from 76,700 roughly all the way up to an amount in excess of 102,000 in US dollars. Okay, two more pieces before I close. And as you know, the last super chat of the day gains a number for the raffle for the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers giveaway. And the full amount of the contributions goes to UNICEF until October 12th for a donation earmarked for the children affected by the recent natural disasters in Morocco, and Libya. We're looking at lot 2167, which is an Alangonzune Richard Lange pour le mérite, reference 260028. This is a limited edition of 218 pieces here in a 40.5 millimeter white gold case. This piece has a fusée and chain constant force mechanism. You can take a glimpse at that mechanism as well as the rest of the movement that is strikingly decorated through the sapphire caseback. Interesting number in the series, 007 out of 218. That's rather cool. A 2017 limited edition, again, with a lovely black dial, 18 carats white gold case, and 40.5 millimeters in diameter, and 007 of 218 pieces. With the full set of its original accessories, this piece has a pre-auction estimate that ranges roughly from 51,100 to an amount in excess of 76,700 in US dollars. The last watch of the night. I'll close almost immediately after that. This is a perpetual calendar, Ewiger Kalender, presented in 41.9 millimeters of a white gold Lange 1 case. The 18 karat white gold case is scaling right under 42 millimeters in diameter. This is one of 150 piece limited run, and it features a stunning salmon dial, really a pink gold dial that complements the white metal case. It features a flipped version of the classic asymmetric dial layout of the Lange 1 with the off-center dial for the hours and minutes now finding its home at around the traditional 3 o'clock. Much like the other automatic versions of the Lange 1, the power reserve indicator leaves its place in this layout to a pointer for the days of the week. The oversize date indicator is preserved here at around 10 o'clock. There is an opening right above the pointer at the traditional 6 o'clock, which is the leap year indicator. The small seconds subdial at 6 o'clock houses Lange's unique indicator for the moon phase, which also serves as a day and night indicator since it has two disks. So the disk in the background makes a revolution in 24 hours and is the day and night indicator, basically switching between a blue sky, a more pale blue sky for the day, and a night blue starry sky for the nights, a dark blue starry sky for the nights, whereas the moon phase, of course, makes its revolution according to the lunar cycles. And on the periphery, on the perimeter of the Salmon dial, through a pointer at 6 o'clock, through the arrow at 6 o'clock, you have the indicator for the months, which, of course, uh, turns and clicks, which is a rather impressive mechanism. Very beautiful execution in its combination of salmon and white metal. Of course, rather than finishing the dial with, say, lacquer for something, here this particular shade is actually achieved through the use of a solid pink gold blank with a matte grained finish for the dial. Beautiful. All right, still a couple of minutes for you to seize the opportunity for the last super chat of the day. If you want to make a contribution to the channel, otherwise you know how. The links are in the video description, and they are now also included in the chat and pinned. But the fact remains that all the super chats and super stickers are part of the fundraising efforts for donations that are going to the UNICEF earmarked for the children affected by the recent natural disasters in North Africa, namely the earthquake in Morocco and the floods in Libya. You're looking at the Langewan perpetual calendar in white gold with the pink gold dial, salmon tinted pink gold dial, one of only 150 pieces. Presented at lot number 2166. The piece has an estimated value that ranges roughly from 102,000 to an amount in excess of 191,000 in US dollars. All right, I'll pick up the thread of this coverage on Thursday. I still have about half of the watches to go. We looked at a lot of usual suspects from Patek and Rolex, but also some relatively unusual and interesting pieces from Cartier, Jean, Lange, and others as well. If you have any watch related questions, you can always find me here. Drop a comment. That can be a way of addressing questions to me because I respond to each and every comment more or less. You can find me on Instagram, of course, at young.brando. And you can always write an email to me at Lord Hellespont the fifth at gmail.com. That's Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. At any rate, I really appreciate your support and presence. Thank you, Ali, for jumping on the stream. And thank you, Jake Brooks, for the only super chats of the day. You enter raffle as number 11 as well. You can check the current entries and the assigned numbers in the community tab. I already sent you the link in the chat. The more super chats, the more entries, as I mentioned. So if you have 3 or 2 entries, others don't have any yet. I guess we will only have 1 for this live stream, but there will be more chances in the future. 2 more on Thursdays, and I will also have before October 12th a marathon stream for at least 6 hours where every single super chat will actually get a number. So stay tuned for that. I will try to choose a nice date for it where more people can participate. But until then, stay safe, stay healthy, wear and enjoy your watches. I really appreciate you once again. Thank you for your support and presence. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't already. Spread the word, share the videos far and wide. Thank you, Jake Brooks, for being a member of the channel and supporting the fundraising effort with your super chats. Thank you, Ali Raza, for dropping by to talk watches with me and joining the panel. Thank you, everybody, for intervening, for interjecting in the chat. Love you all. I'll see you on Thursday. Until then, goodbye.